Okay, first off, I just want to say thank you for your time. I appreciate all of you and all of the support that you lend me in any which way, shape, or form that you show it. What we're going to be doing here is we're just going to see how far we can go. That's it. We're going to see how far we can get. um, I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on what I'm doing, especially for the World of Balance. The World of Ruin, I still haven't made up my mind yet. There's a couple things. I haven't decided yet. Um, like, do I go up and kill the ice dragon? Do I go kill the wind dragon? And do I collect the force gear in the Fanatic's Tower? The ice shield would be nice. Not necessary, but nice. Especially against the third tier. When I was doing my testing for the final battle, the tiers, I excuse me, I was eating some carrots earlier, and or baby carrots, whatever, and I had a couple pieces go down the wrong tube, so I've been kind of like trying to recuperate from that. I don't know, I just... The setup that I was using for I mean, Tier 1, no problem. Tier 2, really no problem. Tier 3, eh... Tier 3 is always problematic. There's really no way around that. Tier 3 is just simply problematic. It doesn't matter which way you're. I mean, if you're super overpowered, then whatever. Then nothing matters. You know, everybody's using Ultima. Who cares? But, for what I was doing, well, I mean, calmness always presents a problem. You know, it just always does. And if you're low on Phoenix down, you know. If you're low on Phoenix down, you can get wrecked. Wow, this is a lot of extra rounds here. Oh, well, that's dumb. I was thinking it would be like X zone. It's taking a lot of extra time here. That's not really good. Early game is the spot where I need to be as fast as possible, because the mid and late game are going to be spots where I'm going to be more likely to lose time. I guess if I mean, if this works, if changing the USB port works, then I guess then that would be fine. Then I would know that's what it was. I'm not very hopeful that that will solve the problem because I'm using a different USB port than I was before. So I doubt that's the problem. But so what the deal is that okay, so okay, so normally when I play this game, I'm using a Super Nintendo controller. That's pretty much the way I've always played it. Whether I was playing on the console or on a computer, I've just used a Super Nintendo controller. I've got a thing called a Smart Joy, which allows me to connect Super Nintendo controller to a computer via it's a Smart Joy. It's got a USB on one port and a Super Nintendo port on the other side, and you just are able to connect a Super Nintendo controller to your computer. So that's the way I've always done it. But this may be changing here. I'm getting to the point where I've just had it. Well, so it doesn't solve my problem. No matter what I do, it doesn't solve my problem. Okay. So that's where I'm at. I'm kind of frustrated about it. That's what's going on. I'm frustrated because I don't have a specific solution to my problem. Okay. So if okay, so I am not in the same room as my computer right now because I want to play this on a bigger screen and I want to sit in a recliner because it's more comfortable. It's better. But in order for me to do that, I need to be using a wireless controller. The way things are set up right now, I can move some hardware around, and that's still something that's on the table. But for now, the wireless controller is the best solution, and I don't have a problem with that because, this controller is perfectly fine. One advantage to using this controller is I can connect a headset directly to this controller, which works well. So, you know, that is the preferred situation right now, okay? Now, before I was using the wireless, I'm using a wireless Xbox One controller, like the original Xbox One, the one with the good D-pad. That's what I'm using right now. And it's connected to my computer via a wireless dongle that connects to a USB port on the computer, right? Now that's fine. Before I was using this controller, I was using a wireless Xbox 360 controller, which I also have a wireless dongle for that I've been using forever and ever and ever, right? Many, many years for different things, but not usually this game, but for whatever, right? Well, I don't know what the deal is. It used to be with the Xbox 360 controller, that if I'd ever set the controller down for, long enough where the controller, went to sleep, because they're set up that, they go to sleep after, like, I don't know, 10 minutes. You let it sit down for 10 minutes without using it, then it just goes to sleep, right? And then, I would have to repair the controller with... It was just a pain in the ass, but the only thing I really had to be concerned about was, if the battery... or if the controller went to sleep, okay? Otherwise, it wouldn't disconnect. Everything was fine. But at some point, I don't know what happened. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's causing it. But at some point, it started to, like, the wireless controller would disconnect and reconnect, like, very, very briefly. Like, arbitrarily, seemingly arbitrarily, right? Like, sometimes it would happen, like, once every half an hour. Other times it would happen, like, once every 5 hours, right? So there was no rhyme or reason that I could tell, right? Nothing. I could think of no reason that would, cause that, because it never used to happen. It never happened before. Then it started happening. Now, I have a suspicion that there's like a software issue where there's some program, probably Norton, because Norton likes to be, a cocksmoker is what it likes to be. But I don't know if it's Norton or not. I really don't know. I just know that that started happening with the wireless Xbox 360 controller. And on top of that, I was having an issue with the headset with the wireless Xbox 360 controller. I think it was just a wire because it was like super old and stuff, right? So what I ended up doing was I just ordered a wireless dongle for my Xbox One controller, the old original Xbox One. So then I started using that. But that same problem with the disconnect-reconnect bullshit would happen at random, seemingly, arbitrary. Like, I cannot find any rhyme or reason. I can find no program that's running. I can find nothing that would explain away this, momentary disconnect-reconnect thing. It's for just a fraction of a second, right? Now, it's not an issue for anything except for the program. I'm using an emulator to play this game because I don't have the hardware to connect a Super Nintendo to my computer, okay? So I'm playing this on an emulator. Now, the emulator doesn't like it. It does not like it when the controller disconnects and reconnects. Even if it's for a millisecond, it hates it. It's like, no, you gotta repair me now, bro. You gotta repair the controller to the emulator, even though the computer recognizes it. The emulator needs to repair with the controller, and when that happens. So it's infuriating to me, because it's like, uh-oh. I should have been paying more attention. Because it's just, it's... I should probably just reset. But I don't know what's causing it. I don't know what's causing it. It never used to happen before. It used to just simply be, if the power ran out on the controller, then you had to repair it, right? But now, it seems like... I just don't know. I don't know what's causing it. They weren't on the same USB port, you know. So I had two different USB ports, and the problem was persisting. Two different controllers with two different dongles. The problem was persisting. So for me in my brain, I'm like, yeah, this has to be a software issue. You know, it's got to be a software issue. I mean, not 100% guaranteed, but you know, it would, to me, you know, it makes the most sense that it's just simply some kind of software that's interrupting, you know, my shit. And, you know, I don't know what or why or how. I don't know. I really don't know. Now, it's also possible that the USB port isn't fast enough. But that shouldn't... If the USB port wasn't fast enough, then why did it not happen from the very beginning, you know? Why was it something that just started happening, you know, recently? I don't know. Hey! No! Get off of there. You little shit. I had a robe sitting on my couch, and my cat went over to my robe and was like, hey, I'm gonna sexually assault your robe. And I'm like, no, you're not. It's not for you. Pervert. So, I just, like a few minutes ago, I did unplug that dongle and I plugged it into one of the faster USB ports. Now, I think both of the faster USB ports on that computer, it's not like a fancy computer. I have like I don't even know what it is. It's a not fancy computer. It's got like I mean, it's not garbage, but it's definitely not some kind of gaming rig. Like, I can play old games on it. I can, like, you know, run PS2 emulator, no problem, stuff like that. But modern games, I just play console. So, I don't really care. I didn't purchase that computer as a gaming rig. I purchased it for like day-to-day use, and if I want to play some old retro games on emulators, I can go ahead and do that, no problem. You know, it's just it's nothing special. I mean, it's got like Windows 10, so it's not like, you know, ancient. It's not like this. I had like an old Toshiba laptop that had, well, I should be paying attention to what I'm doing here. I'm just killing myself. I had an old Toshiba laptop that had Vista on it. Like, yeah, that thing was... I mean, it was serviceable, you know. 10 years ago or something like that. I think well, actually how I got that computer is somebody that I knew had gotten a different laptop. And they're like, hey, would you use this for anything? And I was like, yeah, sure, that's fine. Because what I was using was an old... this is in 2014, probably. So 8 years ago. Summer of 14. And, come on. So, I had been using an old... I don't even know what it was, honestly. Just, it was an old tower computer that had, like, XP on it. I mean, it was still serviceable back then. You could still actually use it back then. Like, I don't think I could even use that computer at all today. I don't even think I could use the Vista computer today. Like, I mean, I suppose I could run some local stuff on it, but I don't think I could use it on the internet. Either of those older ones. I don't think that they would... I don't think there's a web browser that would be compatible with either of the operating systems. I don't know, if I was really inventive, I could probably find a way to use them for something, but they're just basically just... there's no point in using those computers anymore. But back when I got that laptop in 2008, it was fine for what I used it for. Oh, come on, dude. What the fuck, dude? Anyway, maybe this will solve my problem. I guess if this solves the problem, then, you know, everything's right with the world. Well, not everything, that's for sure. Not even right with my world. There's definitely things that are not right with the world. You know, it's just... it's so bad right now. It's so bad. I fear... fears, I don't know if that's the right word, but I have great concern. Absolutely. Again, with the not making it in time, how is that possible? Oh, okay, we got it. All right. I have great, I mean, truly great concern about the future of, well, the world in general, but specifically the United States. I mean, everything is upside down, man. Everything is upside down. Good is being portrayed as evil. Evil is being portrayed as good. Boys are girls. Girls are boys. You got school districts where you literally can't use an aspirin. You can't bring an aspirin to school or you might get suspended. The school can't administer aspirin or ibuprofen, any kind of thing like that, over-the-counter pain med for a headache or something like that. The school cannot administer that without written permission from the parents of the kids. But then at the same time, the schools are allowed to help juveniles get in contact with people that will, without their parents' consent, help them castrate themselves and shit like that. It's like, holy shit, dude. Like, you can't go buy a pack of cigarettes until you're 21 because it might harm you, right? It used to be 18, now it's 21. You can't go buy a six-pack of beer till you're 21 because it might harm you. It can't. You can go to war, though. If you're 18, you can go to war. You can make that choice. But if you're 12 years old or 14, I don't know what the cutoff point is, juvenile, definitely, you can make the decision, the life-altering decision, to get your genitals cut out without any kind of consent from your parents. Like, what the hell is going on in this world, man? I mean, like I say, everything is upside down, man. Everything is upside down. Everything you see on the news, you have all this tribalism where, all they're constantly doing, it doesn't matter what station you tune into, there's somebody on that TV telling you, hey, you gotta hate your neighbor, and let me tell you why. There's a dozen reasons or more why you must hate your neighbor. It's this whole divide and conquer thing, right? Because no matter who you are and what belief system you hold, there's gonna be a group of people who are in opposition to whatever you think is right, and the government just keeps on growing and doing more harm to people. I just recently started working with it's a non-profit organization who the purpose of this group is to help people that struggle with I don't even know what the politically correct word is to use, but people who have medical conditions, psychological conditions, right? That would, I mean, they live on their own and stuff, right? It's not like they're institutionalized people, but they need help with various aspects of life, whether it's cleaning their apartment or going shopping or paying for bills or going to a doctor visit, whatever it might be, right? They're the kind of people that they kind of need some outside supervision to help them, right? Maybe not, need isn't the right word, okay? It's been determined by a group of people that it's best for them to have, this assistance, right? And I mean, it's all, I think the intent is good. I don't think that the people that are part of this bureaucracy have ill intent in mind, or at least definitely the founding group, the people who founded this organization. We're doing this with good intentions, okay? But I've been there a week now, and it's painfully obvious to me how this bureaucracy is just such a waste of money, dude. Like, if you look at all of the money that goes in to everything that, you know, this group does, right? Because it's all funded, well, not all, but largely funded through money coming from taxpayer dollars, okay? That's what funds this thing, okay? So it would be just like the way they say, like, oh, okay, well, you know, the school district, it depends on where you live in, but like where I live in, I don't remember the exact number, but it was something like $35,000 a year is what the school district spends per student. And, you know, that's mind blowing. $35,000 per student per year. And that's just absolutely insane. There's no excuse for that kind of waste. I'm not saying that educating people is a waste, but I'm saying that there's a much better, much more cost-effective way than what they're doing if it's 35 grand per person. Or what do they say? It's like $100,000 a year to house an inmate? It's like, dude. So I would say the people that this non-profit is supposed to help, it seems to me like when you add up all of the expenses, because just think about like what it costs to, you know, rent office space for the various offices that this place holds, and then, you know, electricity for those office spaces, and then paying the staff and all these expenses, right? And then at the end of the day, like, even the diet that a lot of these people are on, right? Like they gotta choose what food. Choose is like a very loose worm, right? Or worm, a very loose word. So like, yeah, everybody makes their own choices. Yeah, kind of. You know, it's almost like you know, if there's like a kid and you ask them a question, but you know, if it was in court, you'd be like leading the witness for sure. But if you ask a kid a question like, do you want broccoli or do you want green beans? You know? Well, those are the only two choices you're offering, you know? How many different foods are there in the world? A lot more than broccoli and green beans. So yes, they're making the choice to choose broccoli because they like broccoli better than green beans, right? But it's... I don't know. I guess the point that I'm trying to make is if you cut these individuals a check because if you break down what is spent through this nonprofit every year, which it's going to be probably hundreds of millions of dollars, and then you take the number of people who they serve and divide the funding of the nonprofit divided by the number of people. I mean, you'd have hundreds of, at least $100,000 per individual. I don't know all the numbers. I'm just saying it's got to be more than that. So if you just cut these individuals a check for $100,000 and allowed them to choose whatever care that they thought was best, or I don't know, it's all very, 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 very muddy because of the government bureaucracy. And that's how everything within the government is. It's so muddy, but it allows for so many people and so many groups to get a slice of the pie, man. That's what's going on. And technically, I'm getting a slice of that pie because they pay me a wage to work there. Now, they don't pay me very much. I feel like they ought to pay me more. But at the same time, it's like, I guess what I'm trying to say is what these individuals receive for the money that's spent. If you take all the money that the organization brings in and all the money that the organization spends and divide that number of dollars by the number of people that they so quote-unquote serve, then the number of dollars per individual is a lot of money. A lot of money. And then when you go ahead and you compare that dollar amount, say per individual, and then what that individual actually sees at the end of the day, and what they get for that dollar amount it's criminal. It's absolutely criminal. Now, it makes me think, how much worse is it with the school system, dude? Because, you know, the school system is mostly, almost completely and totally funded by taxpayer dollars. And you've got worse bureaucracies there because you've got school boards, you've got the teachers' unions, which are, oh man, so bad. So bad. So bad. And people are always saying, oh, teachers don't make enough money. You know what? I defy you to go to any grade school, any junior high school, any high school, and go look at the faculty parking lot. And you go look at what kind of cars and trucks and SUVs the staff are driving that work at those schools. And you know what you're going to see? You're going to see vehicles that cost a lot of money. A lot of money. They're not all going to be Mercedes and Porsche and Saab and BMW, but you're going to see a lot of those in there. A lot. You're not going to see very many 15-year-old Toyotas. Which, honestly, I'd rather have a well-maintained 15-year-old Toyota than a Porsche SUV. I'll tell you that. Just to change out the battery in a Porsche SUV is probably going to cost you $500. Mainly because, and you know, nothing against the average American and nothing against the average Twitch or YouTube user, but odds are you probably don't even know where the battery is. If you own a Porsche SUV, not only do you probably not know where the battery is, you probably couldn't figure out how to get to it. I know this because I used to work for a company that installed batteries in vehicles. And companies like Porsche put batteries in really, really bad places. Like under the driver's seat. Sometimes you literally have to like take the driver's seat out of the car to change the battery in some of those German vehicles. It's really, really stupid what they do with those batteries. Toyota, Subaru, Honda, these companies, mostly the Japanese cars. Japanese know what's up, man. When they build something, they build it well. The Japanese people take a lot of pride in what they do as a nation in their industries. They don't make garbage over there, you know. I watched a documentary on Toyota, and basically what they did was they sent, I guess you could call them spies if you want to, but they weren't really spies. I mean, it was not like they were hiding what they were doing. It was they were making it known what they were doing, I believe. But they basically went over to the Ford Motor Company and they did an ass load of research on this is back, you know, back when, you know, there wasn't much in the way of options for car manufacturers. And Ford was the king of the heap, right? So they sent people over here to study what does Ford do specifically, and broke it down completely, down to every nut and bolt and everything that Ford did, right? And then they sent people like to different parts of the country, but specifically California, to decide what kind of vehicles Americans would want, who would actually buy, right? And then they went and they devised it's a long story because, you know, the company went up and down and everything. It took a while for them to get going, but once they did, it was like they were unstoppable. They've been making as good a cars as you're going to find on the road. They just last forever. And they have a really, really basic system where, like, if something goes wrong, they have a process to basically make it so that doesn't happen again. And they're getting a little sloppier because they are starting to fall into that evil thing called planned obsolescence, but they're still like better than they used to be, or not. They're still better than most other companies, even if they're not as quite as good as they used to be. Anyway, back to teachers. These people making a lot of money. I don't remember exactly the number, but I want to say that the average teacher, we're not talking about college professors here. We're talking K through 12, okay? The average teacher makes $60,000 a year, okay? $60,000 a year. That breaks down to $5,000 a month. Which, if you're like most people and you get a check every other week, that's $2,500 a paycheck. On top of that, they get ass loads of days off. So, like, if you think about, like, all of the months where they get long weekends, for example, there are very, very few stretches where teachers don't get long stretches of, long weekends, right? There's parent teachers that they just throw in there randomly. There are like long breaks over Christmas, long breaks over Thanksgiving, long breaks over spring break. All of the whole school year is broken up. There's all these like holidays that are like like bank holidays that teachers don't have to work. And there's the whole three months that they don't have to work over summer. They get the entire summer off. But they still get paid $60,000 a year, right? So if you actually break down like how much money they actually make for the amount of days that they work a year, it's pretty good. I mean, imagine if you in your life, if you made $2,500 a paycheck. There's a lot of people in this country who don't make $2,500 a month, let alone $2,500 every 2 weeks. And a lot of those people that do make $2,500 every 2 weeks, they work a lot of overtime to get that. And they sure as hell don't get all those long weekends off because they're putting in overtime. And they don't get all those holidays off and long breaks over Christmas, long breaks over Thanksgiving, long breaks over spring break. I don't even remember all of the long breaks, but there's an assload of long breaks where teachers just have a shitload of free time and they're off. Now, granted, a lot of them have to be there at 6 in the morning to start their day, or 6:30 in the morning. So it's not all, the easiest thing. On the days where they actually do have to go at, and work at a job, they do have to put some time in. They definitely do have, and plus, they have to deal with bratty kids all day long. And honestly, I think things used to be a lot worse. 20 years ago, 40 years ago, before the teachers union got so strong and before computers took over everything. Now, they don't have, in a lot of situations, they don't have to do any grading. It's all done by computers, so they don't actually have to do any kind of grading. The computer just tells, they enter the data into the computer and the computer spits out, student A got this % right. Boom, there you go. That's it. And there's no accountability if a student doesn't do well. Like, especially a lot of times now, if the kids don't learn the material, they still advance them to the next grade. And if you have 20% of the teachers in a given school who do really, really, really good job, right? Their students learn the material and they grow as individuals and they become, better people, and they become more productive members of the community because of these, good influences in their life. That's fantastic. But there is no incentive other than personal incentive by the individual to do that, because you got a teacher that keeps on pumping out, go into the other room, reconnect the controller. I don't know how to fix this. I really wish that I did. I just don't know what's causing the disconnect, you know? It's not like I'm a long ways away either, you know? It's like, as the bird flies, maybe like 12 feet. It's not like I'm a long ways away. And, you know, I had some good teachers, you know, when I was growing up, so it's not like I hate teachers or something. I just don't like the idea that there's this, you know, oh, teachers don't make enough money, they work so hard, blah, blah, blah. And any time that you ever talk to someone who is a teacher for sure, or they have a family member or a friend who's a teacher, it's like, man, massive sand in the vagina. Massive salty butthurt if you ever bring up any of the things that I just discussed. They get so defensive and they get so like pissy about it, you know? I used to work for DirecTV and I would install DirecTV in all sorts of different people's, you know, homes and whatnot. And, you know, a lot of discussions were had over the years that I worked there. Now, it wasn't like I'm in there, you know, trying to pick fights because, you know, I want my time there to be unpleasant. So, you know, I would normally just be very generic with the customers. But sometimes, you know, I'd play devil's advocate a little bit. You know, I'd never push the button too hard to really piss them off, but, you know, I would ask questions that would, you know, sometimes, you know, especially whenever I run into people, because the thing is, I used to live across the street from a school, right? For like, I don't know, 2 years? Let's see, and we moved in there in 2014. Do you mind? That's not your chair, poo-poo head. My time is gonna be ass. I used to live across the street from a school. And the teachers, some of them would like to park in front of my place on the street. And I parked there a lot of times. So I just put a note on their car once. I was like, hey, basically like, you know, you guys have, you guys have a faculty parking lot, don't you? Maybe you should, like, use the faculty parking lot. Or, you know, park somewhere else, because, you know, I only have one spot to park here. And boy, oh boy, did hell and brimstone come flying. The cops came to my house to talk to me. Honestly. And I was like, I mean, there's a lot of places that they can park. You know, maybe they can not park right in front of my place, right? It's just like, you know, 1 or 2 parking spots there on the street. Maybe they can not park there, you know? Like, don't they have a faculty parking lot? All these questions. The cops weren't dicks about it to me, you know? I think that, teachers are just some of the most entitled people that you'll ever meet. They think that they are God's gift to the world, a lot of them. And I hate painting broad brush strokes of people like that because, you know, it removes all individuality. And that's not really fair. But I guess I just have a very strong, innate dislike for people who act as though they're I mean, it's always the same kind of people, man. I live in the upper Midwest, and these people are okay, they always drive the same kind of vehicles, you know? At least I got the two fires off. Oh, that sucks. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it's just unfortunate. I got this buddy who texts me. Pirates Pennant Hopes are riding on tonight's game. I don't know what his deal is the last couple of days. He's been texting me. He's a Pittsburgh Pirates baseball fan. And I'm like, dude, they're like one of 3 teams vying for worst record in Major League Baseball this year. So I don't know what his deal is. This is just not. Well, plugging it into a different USB port did not solve the problem. I guess I could disconnect a lot of the stuff that I don't use very often. See if that makes any difference. I guess I just don't know what's causing the problem. And when I Google it, I can't get anything, you know. There's some stuff that Google's really, really good for, and then the stuff that Google isn't good for, you know, like... Google used to be a really funny thing. Like, you could Google stuff. I remember back, you know, maybe the first 4 years of Bush Jr. The early 2000s, right? You could ask Google a question and you get some really hilarious things. Like, you could type something in and it would like anticipate what you were going to ask, and it would be some really hilarious stuff. You know, Google's gotten rid of all of that now. Google is not funny at all anymore. They're terrifying, actually. Everything's gotten to be so... I don't know, man, like social media and everything. I don't have Twitter. I don't have Facebook. I used to have Facebook. When I first originally got Facebook, I never heard of Facebook, you know? I didn't know what it was. And there's this girl that lived in an apartment adjacent to mine. She's like, hey, will you be my friend on Facebook? I'm like, what the hell is Facebook? She's telling me about this, and I'm like, okay, whatever, sure, I can do that for you. So I signed up for Facebook, and then I became this girl's friend on Facebook. And then I didn't really do much on Facebook for a long time, but then my brothers and I started playing this game called Mafia Wars. And then for a few months there, you know, we were playing that game pretty heavily and stuff. And, you know, I had some fun with it and everything. But then after a while, it was like, it's one of those games which, I mean, it's gotten way worse now with people's phones and stuff like that. But, like, how it was structured was there were all these cooldowns for things, right? So if you were diligent, then there were like certain times of the day where you'd log on to Facebook and then log into this game and complete your tasks. And, you know, this was part of, you know, the game, right? It was a basic form of a lot of the games that are on phones these days. A forerunner of these games. But I found myself, I remember this one day, I was logging on for the only reason I was doing it is because there was this, I don't remember exactly what it was. If it was like a specialty thing, you know? You know, sometimes in games there are like these limited time, like if you complete a challenge or something like that, they call it challenge. I don't know, it's not really a challenge, but if you complete the tasks that they put forth, then you receive a reward, right? But it's time sensitive. So I remember that there was like this 8-hour cooldown. So like you had to complete a set of tasks, and then you complete this set of tasks, and then you would earn these rewards, right? But I found myself no wonder I wasn't one shot. I should have been paying much attention. My time is going to be just ass. But that's fine. I'm not going for a hard time just yet. I'm just gonna see how far I can go, and it'll be nice to refresh my mind with the World of Balance, because I was stuck in the World of Ruin for a long time grinding out. I found myself just for the only reason that I logged into Facebook. This was back before phones, right? Like, I mean, telephones technically existed, but not in the sense that they do today, not even close. Son of a bitch. So people would have to log on to their computer, right? To do whatever they wanted to do. But I found myself logging in this one time. I don't remember what time of the day it was, but I was interrupting something in my normal course of my day and taking time out of my day to go log in to Facebook to go sign into this game to complete this task. And I was like, what the hell am I doing here? Like, this is pointless, dude. And that was the end of Mafia Wars. Maybe I logged into it a couple of times more after that, but it had lost its no, dude! Give me a break with this shit, dude. it had just lost all of its whatever it was that I had been finding, entertaining with it, or whatever had been drawing me back to the game. Because you did get better, like you'd build up. Because it was a really stupid game, honestly. You never really attacked. Well, actually, I did play a game similar to that in the future. Well, many years later, I played a game. I was one of my staff. I worked at a place. I worked at this hotel where I live, and I was a manager there and stuff. And so one of my staff was talking about this game called Summoner's War. I'd never heard of Summoner's War. I didn't have any idea what Summoner's War was. But he's telling me about it. And this goes on for a window of time, and eventually I'm like, okay, well, I'll go check out the Summoner's War thing. And then I started playing it. And I actually kind of got, trapped. Well, trapped wouldn't be the right word. The hell was that? Ooh. Well, what I ended up doing is I set some goals for myself within the structure of the game. And once I was able to accomplish that long-term goal that I had set for myself, then it was just like Mafia Wars, man. Now that I think about it, it was the exact same freaking game, dude. I mean, not identical, but it's funny, I never thought about Mafia Wars and then Summoner's War. It was the exact same framework, man. But, I basically wanted to be able to... There was like an option where you could like do auto battles, or you could just do like, one turn at a time, enter the shit or whatever. And so my goal was to be able to auto battle. There were like in Summoners War, there were these like dungeons that were like, I don't remember what they were called anymore now, but my goal was to have parties that were strong enough, because you'd custom tailor your parties based on what the enemies were going to be like that you were fighting in there. And I wanted to be able to just autopilot. That was the goal, to autopilot, because there were like dungeons that were like world map dungeons, and then there were dungeons that were like a different kind of dungeon. They were like more difficult. And I wanted to be able to like autopilot the more difficult dungeons. That was the plan. And once I was able to construct teams that were able to autopilot those hard dungeons, then that was pretty much it. Like, again, I lost my desire to play the game because I accomplished my goal, and after that it was like, if I'm going to do anything more than what I just did there, it's going to take a level of commitment that I just didn't have any interest in investing myself into that kind of a commitment, am I doing? It took me, I probably played that game. It's not like I played it, you know, constantly, you know. It was something that I would, it wasn't like it was something that certain times of the day I would go log in and then complete tasks. That, I did play a game for a little while, a few months, called Castle Crashers. I think, no, it wasn't Castle Crashers. It was, honestly, I don't remember what it was called. You had these, like, maps that you would, send, like, an army in to, like, defeat the base and acquire the natural resources from the base. What the hell was that game called? Clash of Clans. I played that for a few months. That game was something where everything had these cooldowns, like Mafia Wars, where you had to, like, log in at certain times of the day, or, you know, once I got far enough into it, like, shit would take, like, multiple days for the cooldown, right? So, like, if you would build something or something like that, it'd be like a 48-hour or, like, a 36-hour cooldown. Like, I don't remember what it was that took that long, but I guess once I got past, like, the dragons or whatever, or once I had access to the dragons, then, you know, it kind of lost its, again, it lost its, you know, it wasn't, whatever its draw was, I was like, you know, nah, I'm good. Summoner's War, though, I played that game for probably a good year. I mean, you didn't have to log in at certain times of the day with that game. It was just kind of like you could play it whenever you wanted, you know? I don't remember there being cooldowns for anything. But there might have been. There might have been like a thing where you could only earn so much of a certain kind of currency within a certain window of time, and then you could continue to play the game, but maybe you would get diminishing returns for the time that you invested in the game. I don't remember exactly. I really don't. But what I do remember is I got really lucky in that game. So you start off, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5-star characters. Maybe there's a 6-star character, I don't remember. But for the sake of this discussion, let's just say that a 5-star is the best you can do. So what I did was, you know, you get 1-star characters and 2-star characters pretty like regularly, and then you know, you can get 3-star characters, but they're a little bit more rare. And then you can get 4-star characters, which are quite a bit more rare. And then you can get 5-star characters, and they are extremely rare. Well, I didn't know the progression of the characters, right? I didn't realize that 4-star characters were, you know, fairly rare, and that 5-star characters were insanely rare. I didn't realize that. But, I got some 3-star characters that I thought were pretty good, and then I started getting some 4-star characters that I thought were pretty good, and then I got a 5-star character, like, early on, right? I hadn't been playing the game very long. The 5-star character I got wasn't that great, but it was still a 5-star, which was, you know, 5 stars were a big deal. I didn't realize how big of a deal at first, because I don't know if I ever got another 5-star. I kind of feel like I did get another 5-star later on towards the end, or maybe I even got 3 of them. I don't remember. I haven't touched that game in well, I was still married, that's for sure. I think if I were to make a guess, I would say 2017 was the last time that I played that game, and I wouldn't even be able to tell you well, I don't have it on a device, I'll tell you that, and I wouldn't be able to tell you what my username and password was, so I would have no idea. But I do know I got Poseidon, he was a 5-star, and I got really super lucky with that because I didn't realize, because I just thought it was progression, right? Okay, as you're going, you're starting to get stronger characters, and I had gotten some 3s and then some 4s, and then I got a 5, I was like, well, okay. So now you start getting 5s now, okay, cool. Well, no, I mean, people, like, play this for a long time and without getting any 5s. So I got kind of lucky to get him. I also got lucky in that I got a Fire Trevor. Fire Trevor was he's kind of gimmicky guy. He's good. He's actually like, well, he's kind of squishy. That's like his biggest problem. But he was a guy that did more damage based on how much health he had removed from him. So like if he had like 5% of his health left and he did an attack, he would do an insanely high amount of damage. Like he would hit like a freaking tank, like a Mack truck running over a marshmallow, man. Like he would hit hard, but he was kind of squishy, so he was really, really, really good up until you reached a certain point in the game. And he was still good after that, just not as good as he used to be. But anyway, once I could do auto party for those dungeons, those hard dungeons. I don't know if they were called elemental dungeons, maybe, because there was like fire and ice and wind, and probably electricity. There was light and dark. But once I could like solo those, or not solo them, but like auto battle those dungeons. That was my goal from the very beginning. Once I did that, I was like, I never spent any money on stuff like that, but like, people did, man. People spent a lot of money on those games. I had a buddy who apparently had a bunch of different accounts with that game. I didn't know that, but a mutual friend of ours told me. Like, he would, like, almost buy and sell and trade these things, like used cars and shit. I don't know. I thought, I should try and dig out my username and password because, maybe I could sell my account. Because I worked on that thing for about a year, it was a hobby I had for that window of time. Those things become addictive, and I kind of feel like I'm really of two minds of it, You got these... A lot of these companies are predatory, They are in business to try and take advantage of people's lack of self-discipline and desire to feed this what do they call it? Like immediate gratification or something like that. Instant gratification. I don't know, whatever. They don't have any sense of like self-discipline. They don't have any sense of like delayed gratification. It's all gotta be like right now, right now, right now. Like a meth addict. And so like I'm kind of two minds of it. You know, I don't believe that, you know, there should be any governing body that would say, hey, you know, you can't have this business because, you know, people might waste their money on it. I don't believe in that. Like, but at the same time, you know, you're kind of a dirtbag for making money this way. I guess, whatever. They don't outlaw used car salesmen. You know, I drive by this car lot today. They're asking 5 figures for these cars. And it's like, I don't know if I'd pay $500 for that piece of shit. And you're asking $11,000 for it? It's like some kind of, what the hell was it? It was a convertible. But it was like an old, like, piece of shit Dodge car. That was a convertible. They wanted like $11,000 for it. It was a piece of shit. I don't even care if it runs good. I have this philosophy when it comes to cars. Any car that is mechanically sound, meaning like it has no major problems with it right now, you could fill the tank up with gas, drive it 200 miles, put more gas in it, drive 200 miles back home, and have no concern that, you know, something might go sideways along the trip because, you know, because something might be wrong with the car. Any car that is in that situation, that is mechanically sound enough to make a 400-mile round trip with no problems, and, you know, the expectation is there's no problems. Any car that is in that situation is worth $500. If you can't trust it to take a 400-mile round trip, it's worth $500. But I also am the kind of individual who is realistic when it comes to vehicles, and that's that all vehicles, every single vehicle that has ever been invented is a money pit. It is a money pit, it is a money pit, it is a money pit. That's what cars are. They're all money pits. The only difference between them is how big of a money pit are they. So like, for example, a Toyota Corolla that is mechanically sound is like the smallest money pit you can get, because I wish I knew what caused that controller to disconnect like that. It just flashes randomly, arbitrarily, with no reason, no rhyme to it, no nothing. I just don't understand. I don't understand. It pisses me off, though, because then I gotta get up and go in the other room. Back to that problem, though. So I don't have a really good solution to this at all. The only really good solution is that this disconnect ceases to occur. That's the solution that fixes my problem. Now, I could move my computer into the other room. I could, change some hardware stuff around and just use a Super Nintendo controller. That's fine. But I couldn't use this headset with a Super Nintendo controller, because this headset plugs directly into the Xbox One controller. And I could, and I've done this before, I could use a old Bluetooth, the kind that would put in one ear and connect to an old phone. I have an old Bluetooth that I could use. Last time I was here, I got killed by El Nino. But that doesn't work as good as this headset does. This headset works way better. So the only really good... I did think about maybe investing in a 20-foot USB cable. And connecting this Xbox One controller to my PC via USB cable. I mean, I could do that. That would probably solve the problem. Because I've never had anything disconnect and reconnect that was hardwired in. It's just been wireless stuff. So that is an option that I was thinking about doing. I could do that. I was also thinking about moving the computer into this other room. I've been kind of wanting to do that for a while. Hopefully he does not engage us before we get to Moblitz. It would be really cool. I guess it really wouldn't matter that much, but it would be kind of cool if you could get one of the premier blitzes while we're here on the way down. And we're not going to grind out any blitzes, but if we could get one. I feel like we kind of got ripped off. That should have been heading. Oh, well. Would have been nice if that had a Rodox in it. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We're not going to use him for anything. Thou art so odd. You know, the imps in this game are so friendly looking. Unlike other Final Fantasy games, where they're just terrible. So what's going to be the upset of the week in the football tomorrow, or this weekend? I am going to do an elimination league this year, and I chose... You know, I don't like the first, 3 weeks of the NFL, because I think it's a total crapshoot, and any good team can lose to any bad team. in the first 3 weeks because it's just so unpredictable. Some teams just aren't ready yet. Whatever the reason is, the first 3 weeks are they are the most unpredictable weeks of the season. So it's really difficult to pick a winner, I think. But I chose Denver to win on the road. I think they're on the road, which normally I wouldn't pick a road team as in an elimination league, but on the road in Seattle. So you got Russell Wilson going back to a stadium he's played. It's been his home stadium his whole career. And his first game for a different team is in that stadium, where he knows all the weaknesses of his opponents. He knows all the weaknesses of his coach, his former coach. Plus Denver, I think, a lot. I remember, like, and you gotta remember, this was back in the 1990s, right? Where the value of the dollar was actually not that bad. If you wanted to buy like a large specialty pizza, you were looking at like 20, 22, 23, 24, something like that, right? Somewhere between 20 and 25 bucks. This was in the 1990s when gas was 99 cents a gallon, man. Around $1 a gallon, right? Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, but we're talking like $1 a gallon or less for gas. So $20 was, you know, like 50 bucks today, okay? So it was a much more high quality, good pizza back then. In fact, I worked there when I was like, well, I started there like a month before my 18th birthday. And their pan pizza was made from scratch. Their thin crust was made from scratch. Their stuffed crust was made from scratch. The only pizza, ironically, that was not made from scratch and came frozen was their hand tossed, which is kind of ironic because hand tossed, right? But that shit came frozen, pre-made. Everything else they made from scratch in a big mixer, right? Okay, so I'm probably gonna die here because I forgot. I gotta be lucky. Uh-oh. Oof. That's not lucky. Okay, well this will be game over then. Oh, that is... Oh, damn. Why is he using Blaze like it's going out of style? Alright, you gotta switch now. Come on, you're gonna switch now, right? Remember, she has to have a weapon. my dumb ass. That's it. We're done. Well, that's my fault. I didn't equip her before the fight. I gotta remember, fucking equip that bitch. I should equip her as soon as we land. I didn't do that. Well, okay, that's what we're doing this for. I didn't think I was gonna get all the way to the end anyway, but okay. I healed her and everything. I didn't even. Oh, I'm stupid. So dumb. Just dumb. That's alright. It's not that late yet. I can do another. I can go for my last save. That's fine. No! No! I don't need that. Why is that the default? Alright, so I made it to Ifrit and Shiva, and I was a dumb-ass piece of shit son of a bitch, and completely and totally didn't even equip her so she couldn't runic. Man, that was dumb. How dumb. What the hell was I thinking? I was thinking about pizza. Because I'd love to have some pizza right now, honestly. And ice cream, although I guess I would say I prefer Dairy Queen to pizza or to ice cream. Dairy Queen is good. But Dairy Queen is not as good as it used to be. Man, nothing as good as it used to be, man. I worked at Domino's when I was in my early 20s, and before I left there, they started, they had like a Philly cheesesteak pizza, and that pizza used provolone cheese instead of their mozzarella. But their mozzarella, I haven't had Domino's pizza for a long time, but their cheese quality, man, was like really low, bottom of the barrel, just greasy shit, gross. gross pizza cheese. And honestly, I couldn't eat their pepperoni anymore. Or no, wait, maybe it was the pepperoni's the only thing I could eat. Pepperoni and green pepper. I think that's the only thing I could stomach there anymore. But it was the thin crust pepperoni with green peppers and provolone instead of mozzarella. Most pizza joints do use decent quality or higher quality. Decent to higher, I don't know. It's either decent quality. It's usually not like dog food quality when it comes to their pepperoni, because that's probably their #1 seller. So, you know, they gotta kind of throw a little bit more money on the food cost of the pepperoni, just because. I mean, this is the way I look at pizza, right? Go to a pizza joint, order a pepperoni pizza. If they're known for something, you can go ahead and order that. But if you're trying something new, a new place, order a pepperoni pizza. If they can't even make a pepperoni pizza that tastes good, you don't really need to waste your time on testing out one of their other pies, because like pepperoni pizzas, that's like your bread and butter pizza. And if you can't even make a pepperoni pizza right, like, I mean, how are you still in business? But honestly, a lot of people eat shit, man. They eat shit. I haven't always eaten the greatest, but you know, I try to. You are literally what you eat, you know? Oh, crap. I mean, what you consume turns into your body. So, I mean, if you're just eating processed foods, man, it's one thing. Like, if you're gonna eat, like, go to like the grocery store, buy a bag of walnuts, right? Sure, that's technically processed, right? It's like harvested and then run through like a machining process to remove the shell and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, you know, it's just walnuts. That's the ingredients. They're not adding anything to it. It's just walnuts. Sometimes they'll salt it or something. But walnuts have great nutritional value. They're good for you in a lot of ways, and they taste great. Peanuts are like the cheap end of, like, you know, nuts and stuff. But if you buy Planters peanuts, like the Planters brand, you know, they're not that expensive. Even, you know, like, peanuts aren't that expensive, but like, you can go to Walmart, right? You can buy the Walmart brand for like $1.99, or you can buy the Planters brand, I don't know, for like $3 1/4, $3.50, whatever. It is quite a bit more percentage-wise for Planters, but you look at the ingredients on a Walmart peanuts, and you look at the ingredients list on Planters peanuts, and yeah, you just don't want to buy that Walmart brand peanuts anymore, because they have shit in there that doesn't need to be there. It's like, why? It's just peanuts. Why are you adding this crap? Why are you putting, like, shit in here? Like, you don't need to add that shit, man. Like, why? I don't understand it. Like something basic like peanuts. Like why do you have to add all the crap that they add? I don't understand it. What the hell? Something's not right here. How do I not have any money? That's not enough. Where's all my freaking money? How do I not have any money? I don't understand. I had enough money last time. Where did it go? It doesn't make any sense. That makes 0 sense to me. Did I not get all the chests in the place there at Narshi? I don't know. I should have bought drill first. I don't know. Something's not right here. Something's not right. I'm gonna reset this thing. Actually, yeah. I'm gonna take a break.